Hello everybody and welcome back. I'll just get the game set up and we should get into it. Thank you all for joining me. I am Mr. JP, the game is Out of Ore for those who don't know me, and a big thank you to all of the viewers and subscribers out there. Yeah, it's kind of nice to see you all again. I'm getting back into it now. So yeah, thanks for all the feedback, and the poll is still tied, so it's seems to be a toss-up between Out of Ore and Space Engineers. So yeah, maybe I'll play some Space Engineers tomorrow for the other half of the poll. Anyhow, moving on, we're into excavator work. So I bought the biggest excavator I could find, which may have been an error, but we'll see how that goes. So I think, yeah, the first thing we're going to do is knock out the hopper pit, move it back a bit. So a bit of demolition first off. Gotta love it. Just check that everything is working properly before I get too into it. All looks good. Okay. Gonna have to get some earphones or something for listening to music. If you guys hear it, YouTube will copyright it. See, I think I might be going a bit far with using the excavator. I could have just used hoppers and drilled this through, but we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what happened with the version today, by the way. It appears there was some kind of screw up in it with the quest system, but I've got a feeling it's still there. I don't know if my copy hasn't reverted or something, but there's definitely something going on. Maybe I should get back into the test lab, stick myself back in the test tubes for a bit. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think they need me back? I'm joking. I'm messing around, by the way. I'm pretty sure that the moment I stick my head up again in the test room and say hello, it'll be the same as always. But like anything you enjoy, you tend to gripe about it more when you enjoy it. When you're really suffering, you haven't got the energy. But yeah, I mean, heck, I used to moan about my old job carpet fitting all the time, but I loved it. So. Most stable relationships I know are fairly similar. So yeah, it looks like there's two ways of cutting these like hopper runs in, and I could be cheeky about it and just build 4 hoppers on the end of these conveyors now, and it'll just eat the ground away. But it's not quite what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is install a hopper here for the dump trucks to come in on. This may get converted and adjusted in future, but for the moment, I'm going to install a hopper here just like that. And then I've got the conveyors, which will be going downhill here. So we're actually going down a level. And that is going to make things a little bit of a challenge, but we'll see how things go. And I may end up going quiet when I start doing this because I struggle with the excavator, basically. It does my nut. Yeah. I can play hours of a certain Gold Rush mining simulator. However, in that, I don't know. This is just harder to use. I couldn't really tell you what the difference is, but it's there. So yeah. So I think we're going to do this. So I'm just considering my plan of attack here. Oh, I wonder what this is going to be like if I go off-roading. Probably hell. Managed to fix the little problem I had with every time I swung the... Yeah. Okay, swinging the turret means that it doesn't honk the horn anymore, which is kind of handy. Perhaps I overdid it getting the biggest one. Perhaps I didn't need that, but... Okay, here we go. And I may keep opening the inventory by accident as well. Up, down, forward, back. Is there a change mode on this thing? TR? No. Don't tell me it's... where is it gone? Where is Bucket Curl? Huh? WASD, HKUJ, arrow keys? Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. Move the hands across. I remember. Yeah. Sorry, I had to refamiliarize myself with the controls there. Not quite the same as the other game, because in the other game you just change mode, whereas here it's drive and dig at the same time. Oh, hello. It's a little bit different. Aha, that's the one I want. Right. Now I've got the camera that I prefer. Sorry for anyone who suffers motion sickness. I do have a friend who has it. This is probably going to do you in. So apologies ahead of time. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just deleting dirt, but these are a construction machine to me, not a mining machine, so... But I don't really mind. There's so much up here, it's not like the old days. And this will actually get easier as I get further along it for me as well, so... May as well go as deep as possible now, because it will serve me later. There we go. Ooh. Wondered why my computer volume was up a little loud. I was listening to music in my break. So yeah, sorry it took me so long to get back as well on the stream, but can't always game. Sometimes you got to do the washing up. So if you hear me coughing, it's once again the soap. And for some reason, the new washing up gloves I'm using have made my hands itch. So you might see me scratching at my nose because I'm full of stuff. Might be a polite way of putting it. Really stuffed up after doing the washing up. Pretty sure it was the fumes from either the parsnips or the sprouts that my parents decided to eat. They don't make my life easy. When we found out that I'm pretty much intolerant to broccoli, it's just like, oh dear, I've been killing you for years, says my mum. All that healthy food. Yep. When your kid says they don't like mushrooms and broccoli and all that kind of thing, just remember they're all heavy salicylates. It might be worth, doing some experiments with food to see how they behave after they eat certain things. Because if salicylate intolerance is in 1% of the population, that means 1% of all children will misbehave the moment you feed them anything that's healthy. Which, considering that they say that kids are one thing before lunch and one thing after lunch in the school world, or the world of teaching anyway, which I've never been a teacher and I'm very bad at being a teacher, but my family is full of them. So the arrogance that I show in certain things, and I know I do, but I'm going to be honest, I use arrogance where other people use confidence. So the joy of arrogance over confidence is when confidence take a knock, arrogance can carry you through. But yeah, it, my other family members have that arrogance, and it seems to make them great teachers, but I'm terrible at it. I just get frustrated and angry, and I seem to get the students' backs up and all sorts. I've only done teaching a couple of times when needed to, and to be fair, I was dealing with military candidates, so things were probably slightly different, but yeah, didn't always work out so well, but was always amusing. No, you can't do it that way. Why? Because it will explode and kill you. Oh, okay. Classics. Okay, we're nearly wide enough here, so take another cut there. And like I said, I actually don't care how much I was wasting. If I was doing this for ore, I'd probably be dumping it into a dumper that was aligned with the bucket. But since this bucket's absolutely huge and the dumper for it's 3 million, we're going to have to dig a fair amount first. I mean, I'm at 600 grand there already, so if I can get down into the stonework, money won't be a problem. Yeah, let's see how deep this beast can really go, because things look like they've been improved. This used to only go down like 4 blocks or something, so. Extreme close up. Oh, what's that from? Bill and Ted's? Nah, it's Wayne's World. Wayne's World, not Bill and Ted's. Bill and Ted's too classy for the extreme close up crap. Sure of it. Someone can fill me in on that because I'm probably wrong. But Bill and Ted's is possibly some of the best work in history. I am a Keanu Reeves fan, by the way. I think the guy's great. Just the attitude he's taken to Hollywood is just brilliant. The fact that it's like that probably means that there's some dark secret there. But yeah, no, the way he treats the stuntmen that work with him, and women obviously, and stunt performers, there's the correct term, and just generally looked after his sister when she was ill and just like put work on hold. Signs of a true man. Signs of a true man. Or at least one who understands his there is more to life than money and work, I guess. Which there is, but without it, it's really hollow. Really hollow. So yeah, these are the conveyors that are going to come up to, obviously, these hoppers, because we are going downhill eventually. So I may as well have a deep hopper to start with. And I think this machine is going to be able to dig down to this depth, even up there. So that will do. So what I'm going to do here now, to make my life really easy, is reinstall this flooring. Now, if I fall down there and can't get out, this will prove to be a little bit of an annoyance. However, with the way you can sort of jump into vehicles via the map, getting out holes is not as bad as it used to be. And I've got a recovery point, so should all be good. Okay. We're not going to have 600,000 after I finish doing this. Let's just move this into a position where if it falls over and does anything crazy, it's not going to dig a hole in the ground, shall we? No, Mr. JP, we need more flooring. Definitely need more flooring. Because I think this can dig in under itself quite a lot. So, and it doesn't matter because like the occasional little bit that's in the way won't be too bad. Now, one of the tricks I use with this is to actually like be side on like this. And then obviously I need to rotate the turret around. There we go. And then I just align the bucket with where I want the edge of the trench, you see. And that now gives me the ability to just dig square ahead of me. And then I'll just dig square ahead of me after moving side a little bit. You don't really have to worry about where your bucket's going like this as long as you're square. Now, if I was really smart, I'd put the drop down there, the hoppers in there, and just scrape it back in, but we're going to be doing a learning, I'm afraid. That's focused driver cam. Okay, because it's doing some wacky things there. Ah, free follow cams are the ones that I'm after. Okay. Back to it. Let's see how far we can reach. Whoa, okay, that was interesting. Did everybody see that? Probably should move the roller. These things are really designed to be used with a dumper. But I could have made it easier by going onto the platform above and then dumping in. But never mind. Could also turn the other way. Bit of overspin on the turn. I like that. Gives the turret a bit of mass. Something that's missing in the really big excavator in the competitive mining game. I should call it for nicety. Though to be fair, the new developers of that game are doing a lot better now that they've got rid of Discovery Channel. That's one way to move the roller. So you can use the bucket to move equipment in out of ore, just like you can in the other one. Though I know that if you check my 30-second fudge ups file, which is probably quite a long way down the list now because it hasn't had anything put in it in a very long time, that contains some footage of the original out of ore. You can see the balls in the back of the dumpers, the design of the map, where it is, that kind of thing, the design of the original building. So if you want to know where the game came from, just check that out. They're also pretty funny. It's me rolling dumpers and recovering dumpers full of lithium and all sorts. So fairly amusing accidents. I will get around to making up some more of those. First, I need to find some decent video editing software. Since I have a problem with my Microsoft account that I can't fix, and I'm not getting another one because I absolutely can't stand Microsoft and what they've done. They've taken the normal media player's video editor out of Windows and changed it over to some online thing. I can only think of one reason for doing that, and that is because if they were to take data out of your machine from your video for use for their own stuff, they would be committing some form of offense. Whereas if they are to take it off their own server that you have logged into and done the editing on, they're taking it off their own property and not committing any kind of data fraud. So yeah, I'm going to find some kind of software that is a little less Microsoft oriented. That's it, Microsoft, you've blown it. I'm not using your video editing software ever again. So yeah, as you can see, this method of using the excavator, if you get it lined up, you can make a really nice looking construction trench for just like decorative purposes. For instance, if you were building something that looked like a building site, for instance, in the map just as a decorative thing, then you could dig out the foundations like this to put like base concrete walls in, that kind of thing. I know that one of the guys is building a very detailed map using a lot of the detailed DLC and that kind of thing, which looks interesting. I think it's modeling somewhere that's actually in Sweden or Norway. So yeah, that's kind of cool. I think that's wicked. I was thinking about doing something similar, but using my own area. But my area that I live in doesn't really look like any of this. So we're going a little bit further across and try that again. I'm coming up on that. Okay. Just yeah, so I'm coming up against the edge of that lump there, and this is what I mean by you're better off on a flat surface. Just see what running the roller in is. This is where I yeet the excavator into the air. Just like that. I was thinking when the roller falls in the hole, it's going to hit the excavator. Nah, we're not too badly off. I didn't realise there was an annoying rattling noise to that. I quite often play with the sound turned quite a lot, like sound turned down quite a long way because my hearing's very sensitive. So I think the game's volume's on about 30 or something, and my actual volume's on about 30. And my TV volume's on maybe a sixth of what it can go to. So yeah, that gives you an idea. When I go to gigs, I tend to stand in the foyer. Or I have been seen wearing headphones at a gig, you know, like the industrial sort of ear defenders before now. Ah, there we go. Don't know what happened there. For some reason I couldn't move the bucket, but it's working again now. That was kind of weird. Been having some control faults. I've got a feeling it's this keyboard. Yeah, that's interesting. The cut angle's not really with the bucket when it's close to. Do it from this side. I think that missed. I'm not really worried. There's plenty here. Look at the size of this pile. And I haven't hit stonework down in this hole yet, so it doesn't look like it anyway. It might be a little bit down in the bottom there. I'll apologise now. There will be occasional sudden pauses. I'm in a bit of a Discord conversation with a friend of mine about the Elder Scrolls, something I haven't played in a very long time, and he's gone for a jaunt through Middle Earth. We've been discussing forging and all sorts, so it makes kind of sense for him to be getting down with the sword and the shield. You can see where I'm taking the edge out. I'm not quite getting as much as I was when I was digging into solid. As I said, this isn't about efficiency. I'm not really worried about that. Let's go all the way around. Apparently, if you turn left 22 times, the top falls off because it unscrews. Sorry, if you're not up on the lingo, that's kind of an excavator driver's joke, I believe. I know it was told to me by one a long time ago before it ever became a meme. I'm pretty sure it isn't true. There are things called locking nuts and R-clips that stop things from unscrewing whilst you're using them. But just in my experience of rotational things in engineering, if you can build a fairground ride that goes round and round without unscrewing itself, I'm pretty sure you can do it with a excavator. But yeah. is really nice and smooth though compared to how it used to be. Like I wasn't very happy with the excavators for a very long time, but this is growing on me. I might get a smaller one in because the drill doesn't fit, obviously, the biggest gear, and this one doesn't have a changeable bucket, so I need one with the attachments. We'll get there. And when I get that, I'll do it at the start of the stream so it's easy for people to see and find. But it's not so hard. You just like get the attachment the right way around, click it on using, I think it used to be Q, but that may have changed. And once it's clicked on, it'll give you a menu and stuff. I think my vehicle just tried to yeet itself. Does that mean we're in stonework? Not yet. Okay. For those who are unfamiliar with the term yeet, it means to throw in the air violently, as far as I'm aware. If anyone else has got any other perception on what that one means, then yeah, Y-E-E-T. Because a lot of the more modern words, I tend to just pick up the meaning somewhere. Don't really look it up. So I was quite impressed. I found a thing called the Urban Dictionary that I was unaware of a couple of years ago, and there's some funny stuff in that. As I say, because I don't really care about the contents of the trench, I'm just continuously ripping out and destroying material by doing this, but it doesn't matter. What does matter is making sure it's wide enough for the hopper. Alright, I wonder what happens when you do this, because in other games, excavators go nuts when you try this one. Yeah, it doesn't like it here either. Swinging the side of the bucket into the slope is not a good move at all. It's slowly twisting my chassis round, which means that I might fall off. I think that tower has a ghost outline that I keep on hitting on, or Boom does. Hitting on. God, it's been a long time since I've hit on someone. It might be because I'm on that bit there. Let's move it back and just see how we're getting on. Not there yet, but just thinking if I move it back a little, maybe I'll get a slightly better angle on it all. And I'll rotate it around this side as well, I think, even though my natural inclination is for some reason to go to the right. It's nothing political. There are no politics in this mining. It might be an Australian mining, but there's not here. So there was a thing in the news the other day about a British company that mines a lot of iron ore. Can't remember its name, but it's out in Australia, and they've got trains that just like run iron ore only, and they're basically automatic. And they've got systems for clearing insects off the line, because I think the locomotives were originally designed for somewhere that's got an awful lot of a native centipede or millipede, and they like sitting on the tracks for some reason because it's warm. And when they're doing this in the mating season, there's enough on there that it actually affects the train's traction, which I found fairly interesting. Maybe I should become a member of the Dull Man's Facebook. But yeah. To be fair, a sadly deceased friend of mine, he was young. I think he formed the Dull Man's Motorcycle Club, was one of the founding members. Dirty irony is that he came off a bike that I rather like, brand that's close to my heart, a Triumph. My father's owned 1, 2, 3 Triumphs. I rode one off-road and the sidecar outfit off-road as well. So yeah, so I've technically ridden 2 Triumphs, but I've never been on the road. Everything I did was on the track. And not racing. I just pootled around. It was a pre-65 model, you know, it's not designed for being punched. I left that to the sidecar drivers because I didn't drive the sidecars. I rode the chair. So when you watch that crazy racing from the Isle of Man, yeah, someone asked me to do that. I said no. It was bad enough, like on built-up tracks where you can slide off and sort of not hit anything before you find the safety barriers, whereas the Isle of Man is another game, and I wasn't good enough in my opinion. I don't think I had the confidence in the driver either at the time. These days I might go for it again. Got nothing else to do, but the violence of the vibrations and everything from that kind of and the strain is beyond me now, unfortunately. It's kind of cool adrenaline rush when you're the passenger and someone's doing something with something high speed, whether it's a motorcycle or a jet. It's great, it really is. But yeah, so this hole's coming on rail, and yeah, we're nearly there. Anything rough around the edges, I think I'll just clear out with some Dreamite. That's about your lot. Okay. I think the trick is to not be too tight in with these machines. I'm working very small here. I could have used a smaller machine, but I wanted the big one. Want that one? So once you've got the big one, getting the small ones for little jobs is much easier. Try to think how much mud's just gone through. Yeah, I could do this a lot more efficiently on the use of material that's coming out the hole, but look at the size of the map and it's all diggable. Why worry? And of course, the extra depth that I'm digging down here is probably not useful this close to the machine because I'm never going to get down this far in one sort of 4 block space. But later on, when I go down another 4 blocks, this bit's already dug. And I think that's pretty much there. So yeah, that didn't take too long. That's why I went for the big machine. I didn't want to be excavating for hours. It just does my nut. So yeah, I prefer the loader. It's a little bit more entertaining, even when you're using a dump truck. And it is a long way down. Long way down. So now I can put in 1, 2, can only get into. Okay. So I'm going to need 4 more hoppers. Get into the right menu, JP. There we go. So yeah, that will probably work out quite nicely for what I'm going to do. Okay, just quickly go and cut out the next bit of flooring, because otherwise that's going to get in the way and mess me up. Can't dig through concrete. You used to be able to, because demolition was a mode that you just clicked in, you just wave the bucket through the objects and they were just destroyed. It was great. You could actually use these machines as like wrecking balls. It'd be nice if there's an attachment like a wrecking ball. We've already got a jackhammer for breaking up stuff, so maybe if that could be adapted for breaking concrete and getting rid of slabs and stuff, that'd be kind of cool. Three. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Looks good. Am I about to fall in a hopper? Probably. We shall see. Okay, that should do the job. Get the keys the right way around. This might work better. There we go. Yeah, I had to take a break earlier. I read something in the news that made me so angry I actually had to get away from it all for a bit, unfortunately. One of those moments where you really wish you could hit the idiot with another idiot. That's how angry I was. I needed to hit an idiot with another idiot. The fact that those idiots are only 50 miles away in London makes it even worse. They probably live near me as well, right in the commuter belt. But the kind of commuter belt where you can't afford a house if you're on the average wage. Like, very lucky to live where I live, considering. I have older parents who they made the investment back in the 80s, and so the house was a wreck when we bought it. We worked on it, we did it up and everything, and now, of course, you're being charged through the nose for rates and everything, which isn't really very fun. But fuel low already. Wow. Since at no point in my life do I think I've ever actually earned enough to afford a mortgage within 20 miles of where I live. Situation of the modern world. When you can no longer afford to live in the area you grew up, you've just been priced out of it. Everyone has. Like, if you don't work in the city and you're a stockbroker, you're kind of screwed around here. It's quite a lonely life when you're a normal person, you're surrounded by all these kind of people, and you have absolutely no frame of reference on their lifestyle. You just don't get it. Just don't get it. So now I'm going to half cover the hoppers here, see how far we can move the hoppers forward again. And yeah, I did just build concrete under the front of that track and it looked a bit weird, but it'll do. Yeah, I can move the hoppers up, I think. So put in another couple. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Nah. Meh. Need more floor panels. This is why I want to get the down to the gravel so I can actually start like making my own concrete and stuff rather than buying it all the time. But for the moment, this will do. Also, it gets rid of some of the money, adding to the challenge, which is always nice. Cool, 1 o'clock in the morning already. Gotta love it. Could do the test, but I'm not going to. Yeah, you can jump in through the boom. Okay. Excuse me, sorry about that. Right. I'm going to back this up and refuel it now. I wish the fuel prices in this game were real. I really do. So now we've got the same sized hopper in the same location. It's just a lot deeper. So yeah. Fight to get the machine down here. And once you get into this situation of the machines in a hole, you're kind of done. It's game over because you can't rotate the turret, which is why I went a little wider at first. But for this, what I'm doing, I don't really need to get that much further forward, and I could probably start excavating from the top. So that'll get out the dumper truck, of course. I think for what I'm doing here, this will probably do. Hopefully that's all. No, that's it. I don't know what that jammed up on, but it just would not come closer. A bit like a mate of mine's horse. It would walk up to you and say hello, but the moment you tried to halter it, do anything with it, it would just walk away till it was about a foot away from where you could reach it, you know. Funny little Shetland. That one was kind of unique as well. That was back in the 80s, and it had actually come out of a working lifestyle. I think it spent 10 years underground. So at the beginning of its life, when they shut down the coal mines. Don't know what it was doing down there. I think it might have been an emergency measure. But yeah. Had a pension and everything, so you didn't have any vet bills. That was it. It was part of the mining museum. So it wasn't always underground. It did come up. Where was that? Somewhere in Scotland. Can't remember where it was, but my cousin got hold of it. Nice thing. Nice little thing. Yeah, can you tell that I'm getting bored of using the excavator? I just ripped through that. Just lifted the toes of the tracks up. Dread to think how much this isn't earning. I probably demolish as much with the loader, so that was bad. I think I nearly dragged that into the hole. Yeah, I did nearly drag it into the hole. Stick the handbrake on, maybe that'll help. Might lock it in position or something. There was discussion about something like that at one point. Yeah, I'm just re-tipping dirt into the bottom of the hole a little, but it'll be all right. Okay. Okay, I think I just found one of the problems I'm having with my keyboard. Okay. Have to take the back off of that and get the hoover in, I think. Some point when I can be bothered. Same day that I hoover out the PC, I reckon. Because that's starting to need doing again. I have to do it about every 4 to 5 weeks. Sat in the bedroom so you get the dust from the bed and everything. So strip it open. Little brush the dust off, gently hoover it out without getting the hoover too close, with a load of tinfoil around the nozzle to an earthing strap to stop the static. And at the same time, I'll unscrew the front end of my keyboard and do some work on that. Better than my last keyboard. That one had some kind of loose wire, and every time I pressed W, it made a whistling noise that you could actually hear on YouTube from the interference, which was quite surprising. Very surprised to find out it was that. Right, and we've learnt we can't go that far forward with this machine. I must have been using a smaller machine before. Yeah, wrong button. There we go. Right, so that's a bit further forward now anyway. Yeah, let's go see if we can do one more. May as well. But I won't have to do this again for a while at this point, but I may have to extend forward again. But when I do, I'm hoping to get the terrain around here a little bit more down to the height of this floor rather than the floor above. But we'll see how it goes. I might just have to change the arrangement of the conveyors and raise the hopper line a little bit, which I might do anyway. We'll see how that goes. Didn't realise it was quite as deep over here as it is. But you've got GPS. Yeah, but I never look at it. Dude, are you flying the mapped course by the computer? No, I'm eyeballing it. What? Classic. Classic. Now, if I'd been really smart, I'd have come in with the loader from the other end and or the bulldozer and just bulldozed it into the hole. But, you know, just because you've got a high IQ doesn't mean you're not going to walk into the door in 2 minutes' time. Or the door frame, and it's much more likely for me. Everybody else, no comment. Me, slaps door frame like he just hit his head on. I'm lucky, actually, because if I'd been any taller, I wouldn't fit a standard door frame. As it is, if I actually stand upright in one and extend my back, my head just rests against the top bar. I'm pretty much an exact just under 2 meters when you take off the little sort of 1/4 to half inch edging around the frame. So without that edging, I wouldn't catch my head. But because of that edging, I have skinned and taken hair off on door frames so many times, it's unreal. Don't even get me started on public buildings where the headroom's only 5'10". We have several local pubs around where there is fairly low beams. One of them still has dents in it from the front door from when a load of musket balls hit it during the English Civil War. So yeah, not saying the area is steeped in history, but it's so badly stained that I don't think it'll ever be removed. Well, unless you're Keir Starmer, because you think you can destroy everything. Yeah, getting angry again. To give you an idea of what's made me angry, he just put a 40% inheritance tax, or is talking about doing it, on the payments made to servicemen's families in the event of a loss, as in a death. And that is something that I will not ever forgive. Not that I voted for the schmuck anyway, but can't stand Labour and the leftist cant. Ugh, so illogical. Purely based on freaking virtue, pride, and I'm superior because I'm liberalness. Yeah, right. Just means that the enemy will keep taking and taking until there's nothing left. So yeah, hopefully some bereaved family member who's got a good excuse with the judge afterwards will relieve us of a parliamentary leader, and Keir Starmer will become the first Prime Minister of the UK to be assassinated in a very long time, and that would be wonderful. Don't worry, I'm not a psycho and I'm not playing that. I don't think I'll need to be. I think there's about like 10 million people ready to kill him right now. But there we go. So yeah, if you want to piss off your population, start on the military. There's one thing to remember about that though. Before you start cutting people in the military's pay and benefits, don't forget what the government trained them to do. You know what I mean? Like, am I the only one who sees that? But hey. All right, so I think I'm done with the excavator for a bit, which is good because it's making me angry. I'd get a multiplayer mate in just to run this thing. I'll drive the dumper. In between times, I'll grab a loader. Can I even get it out this hole? Oh, yeah, I can. But I can't be bothered. Have the X in there. All right. Have the X in there. Sounds like a bad plan. So yeah, now that's done, it's sort of a matter of, I don't need what's down there at the moment. Go get that back in a sec. And you may think I'm crazy doing that, but you'll see why in a minute. Go down here. I'm just going to buy more floor panels. It's going to be easier and quicker. I'm already 100,000 down in wall panels here, so floor paneling. So you can see how quickly it adds up and how making your own components can really make a difference to go with 100. That cost me 140 grand, just like that. Boom, gone. It's like working in the medical industry. Oh, we need that. Yeah, boom, gone. There's 140 grand. I saw a great piece of kit the other day on a YouTube channel. It said like a great big pressure cooker with a whisk in it, and they were using it to make popping candy. Extreme popping candy, judging by the pressure involved. And some of the bigger lumps that came out of this device, they were exploding so hard that there was shrapnel spreading around the room. They were throwing it on the floor and it was just going bang. Mate, you put it in his mouth, like a really big one, and he's the cameraman, so he's behind the camera, and you just hear this dirty pop. The guy who made it's just looking at him like, why would you do that? It's like, oh my god, it was cool, you try it. This is how to blow your teeth apart, surely. But yeah, highly amusing. Did make me chuckle. Okay. All right. I really don't know how well this is going to work. So I'm going to need... Oh, I do have some of that down there. Okay, that's cool. Now, most of the time when digging, I'm going to be coming in from these angles with a bigger bucket. So it is going to need to be bigger in a couple of directions. So what I'm going to do here is take out this run. And put some of these in. Not down there. Arrgh. You can place at that distance. Why can't you destroy at that distance? That's what I want to know. Before we get any further, Mr. JP is going to do something smart. Let's save the game. I don't want to do that excavator work again. Right, there we go. There we go. So yeah. Put a row like that. Go down to this end. Put that in there. Put that in there. Like that. And now there's two ways of doing the next bit. You can sort of put some up high or some down low, but I'm going to go with this because most of the time I'm not going to be approaching it from the ends, I'm going to be approaching it from the sides. So you've got to kind of decide which way you're going to be using your hopper really for this kind of thing. So now I just put some sides in really. I don't think these are going to be necessary, but it's an old habit and it looks a lot tidier, I guess. Just just examining my reasons for wanting to do this. Like, I can get away with using this now. If it fills up and goes over the top, the hoppers will just clear themselves, but it just looks so much better like this. And I'm going to need 6, 8, 12, 6, 12, 18, 24. I'm going to need another 48 of them. You can calculate all the parts you need out and just order them once you've got enough money, obviously. And if you know, I know my machine needs 4 times this, 4 times that, 4 times the other, it can be very easy. Other times you find yourself doing what I do, which is just, I need another one of them, buy it, another one of them, buy it. It doesn't really make a difference. It's just down to personal preference, isn't it? How do you like to work? So yeah. And you'll see what I did there. It's just a matter of look at the corner, hold down the right mouse button, move the mouse across to the left, and it will just turn into line like that. It's a lovely piece of, compared to how it used to be, it's very nice. Probably the point where I need to get in the hole. One thing I did used to do was leave like a block out on the side that was least likely for the balls to bounce down onto, but there is no need anymore. Because there are no balls. Or rocks, or whatever you want to call them. I call them balls because I used to hit the hoppers and bounce everywhere. Like, I always had a little dream. There's a town near me that's got a very steep cobbled high street, and I always had this dream to take like a 40-ton tipper truck up there, full of those really just smaller than a golf ball rubber balls that bounce like crazy. And so yeah, 40-ton tipper truck full of those, and just jack up the back end and pour it out and watch them go boing, everywhere down the hill. It'll be all fun and games until about the halfway point on the hill when they start accelerating, and then they'll be coming off the floor at the bottom of the hill and screaming across. They'll probably get up to like a couple of 100 miles an hour. It's going to take people's teeth out if they get in the way. But as a spectacle, it would be pretty cool. Probably a world record as well. The record might be in how many people play dodgeball at the bottom with it. So yeah, now I've got this hopper a bit further forward. You can see I can now back the machine up round and maneuver a bit better. So that's kind of cool. Gives you a bit more room to work. And it looks a bit more better and finished. So I noticed in some of the old questions and comments that there was, what are you doing in the bottom of that hopper? It doesn't look like a custom hopper. A standard hopper, then that's because I build them all custom like that using the roof components and bits and pieces. And it's a hangover from the older version of the game. As I say, if you check out the earliest footage for Out of War that I have, that was interesting. I set 0 with that lower down, it's actually moved them up. So yeah, it really shows the difference when you look back at the older version that's using that, because it was crashing every half hour. Yeah, it was having some real problems. But yeah, it's all good now. Down to 391,000. It's going up really quick considering I'm just selling the dirt. Yeah, it does seem to bounce off of those quite well. Not sure if it's running down those side wall bits, but I'll do an experiment with that with a single hopper later on and find out. I really must get over to Scandinavia, and specifically Sweden at some point. Be kind of cool to go and see North Modding Company, just say hello. But it's also to do with the nuclear industry. There's some cool stuff I want to see before they fill it with nuclear waste. I doubt I'd be able to get in there, but some of the other open quarries are pretty cool. But the place I want to see is a place called Onkolong. Well, it's probably not how you pronounce it. I believe it means a place you must remember to forget. But yeah, it's going to be a great big nuclear storage facility, and I think it's about it might be over a kilometre down into pure granite, and temperature goes up down there and all sorts. So, you know, how many people get to go down somewhere like that? It's pretty cool. If I do get down there, I'll be taking a video camera if I'm allowed for the YouTube thing. I don't mind if they only tell me where to film. I don't care. You're in Onkolong. It's like, yeah, cool. I got a thing for going down mines, and I don't like confined spaces because I'm massive, but at the same time, I'm not too worried by them. It's more the hitting the head and stuff, which is why it's nice when you go down somewhere organised, because they tend to give you a crash helmet. Just realised I keep on seeing like a little bright light dancing across my nose, and it's a reflection from the copper that I got in front of me where I'm making the chainmail. So yeah, kind of weird. Every time I turn the machine, it reflects off of the chainmail, and it sort of the reflection rolls across it all. It's like, what's that? What's that? That's why I keep looking downwards and stuff. It's because there's little flashes of light in my vision. I could probably move it, but if I get bored or we need to let these machines go through, or if I decide I'm not smoking and I'm going to just sit and make rings because it's darn cold outside now, then yeah, I'll do that whilst the machinery's running. But I think it's keeping up with me, really. These 4-ways really do eat material, so the only time they really struggle is when you start loading dumpers and getting a lot of material in. If I had a couple of mates working with me and, you know, 2 loaders and a couple of dumpers going, we could really munch into this quite a lot. Because whilst one dumper's being loaded, the other one's running. It's only a short distance, so with 3 players, you could really make a mess very quickly. No way, that's got to be mud. That cannot be stone yet. Yeah, it's mud that's fallen down. Or fallen out the bucket as I've reversed up, whichever way you look at it. Yeah, I could get a tunneler out, dig this conveyor in with a tunnel, and then just burst through to the top with some explosives. That's another way of doing that. So you can get a hopper further up the hill, quite a lot further. So a little look-see and find out what's going on here. two mids are running, but the edge one isn't. I think those angled walls are actually giving me a problem here. I think they're stopping stuff from dropping down and in. So I'm going to remove the side walls. No, I'm not. The true experiment. Sticking some more narrowing. Okay, I'll do that experiment later on. First, I'm going to see what we've got over here in the boxes because I've been digging for a while. So I've got my processed rubies there. Can be used for making things or being sold. I've got to leave them in there. Put them over at that end though, move the gold ore down to there. And use them as a divider between that so I can tell the difference between that and silicon. Because rubies are about to come up trumps. Come up trumps. Not as much in here as I was expecting, to be honest. Yeah. And that's what makes me think some of it's hanging up on those walls as it drops in. I'll live with it for the moment. Might be the dirt can only fall so far before it's despawning. Tough question. It looks like it's bouncing off stuff down there, so yeah, we'll go with it. I only ate dinner 3 hours ago. I can't be hungry again. Yeah, maybe I can. I'm going to raise the hopper up. Not happy about what's going on down here. So it's an old memory, but I'm sure there's a maximum distance that a voxel can drop and it might still animate, but you might not actually get the bonus. So yeah, we'll just I can always drop it down later. I've dug it deep enough, so then it'll be no shallower than the last time. That way I'll know for sure it's making it at least to the hoppers. So what I might do is take that out there. Just make the whole thing a bit bigger. Stop doing that for the moment. Yeah, that's not what I want to do. There we go. But this is all good for the those who want to see how things are done and how you can do business. So as you can see, nothing's permanent other than the hole you make, but you can backfill these with dumper or using waste material from in-game. So it's not so bad. Don't be on what you're demolishing when you demolish it if you want to go up through the gap. Right. Dun, dun, dun. Do, 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 do. Let's go back in there. I should have erased some of this. We'll be going up with the map way. I suppose it's better that I've got Sina Ross in my head than something made of metal. Okay. That could actually go up another level if it needed to, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I am going to do what I was thinking about. Just for peace of mind. And I want to see what the alignment's like when they're actually aligned off the hopper and not off of the wall. Just to see what happens. Now it actually looks a bit better, so I'm going to run with it. Starting to get a dirty headache. I'm either tired, need nicotine, need caffeine, or need more food. Need more food is possibly the one. Just keep eating. Okay. Can I just click on a vehicle to jump into it? No, okay. Worth a shot. You may be wondering why I keep on going up and down the face instead of starting to clear out close around the hole. And that's because the further up the hill I go, the closer the rock's getting to us, in theory. In practice, I'm not sure how close it is. Already? This fuel situation, it cannot be. The chances of me making it to Sweden to see anyone in the North Modding Company or see any of the mining that I want to see or anything else are pretty low, considering my earnings at the moment. So, yeah, anyone who's thinking, he's going to show up, it's not going to happen. Closest thing that can happen for that is if I get to some creator event for YouTube or something like that that's in the UK and on my local rail line. It's about as far as I can afford. If it's in London, I might be able to make it. So, yeah. I would quite like to meet up with a couple of creators who I'm pretty sure live locally to me as well. I recognise some of the things in their videos, and not the obvious stuff that they're visiting in my area, but when, you know, stuff that's just taken on the street is like, that's the design of the housing in my area from this year, sort of thing. Because different housing estates built at different times of sort of different years, and by different councils use different architects and stuff. And so around here we have a certain class of building that are definitely around here. We have 2 or 3 other classes that you could find anywhere in the country, but there's a certain one certain model that's about every third house on the estate that is definitely the southern version. It could be anywhere from draw a 150-mile circle around London, sort of like London, but yeah, that's where they were used. So it's funny how architecture can be a great big giveaway. In video footage, obviously, you see them on the BBC now, and they match the backdrop to previous photos to do fact checking and make sure the photos are from where they say they are and stuff. So it's pretty cool. It's kind of similar to something that I used to do. So nice to see that the shall we say the mainstream have got on the bandwagon for doing that kind of thing. Yeah, it's called fact checking or confirmation, as it was known in. You have confirmed data and you have unconfirmed data. What's the difference? Some weenie has spent hours checking that data is actually the right data. And in the other case, it's just what someone said. So yeah. You get a lot of someone said as well in what I used to do. And it always had to be checked just in case it was true. Is there really a scud system up there? Let's find out. Yeah. Sort out my glove thing. And there's been a lot of, I hate the mass media manipulation in situations. Doesn't matter what the truth is, what the mass media says is what like 80% of people are going to believe, right? But when the mass media is caught out in a lie, that means 80% of the people are about to be really, really annoyed at them. I can't wait to watch the downfall of this government. It's going to cause chaos in my country, but these guys have got to go. Wouldn't mind getting hold of that Boris Johnson mob as well from the last time. If you've been elected, you don't quit until you're kicked. That's the deal. But when it's time to go, you back out gracefully. Ask Churchill. Churchill knew. Got kicked out and wasn't very popular after the... I think it might have been even the First World War. By the Second World War, everyone wanted him back in the Admiralty. It was funny as hell. I think it was Churchill. Might have been Jackie Fisher. Not sure. One of the guys I want to meet up with would know. Every second spent with him would be an education. Uh-oh, autosave, is it going to crash? Nope. Good. I don't know if this hopper's working any better, but I hope it is. They did say that there was a problem in this version with conveyors losing stuff, so it might be that that's happening. They also said there's a problem with the quest system, which I'm seeing. Seems to repeat them after you've done them after a save and load. So that fix was meant to be in the update that has been pulled back. So good point. Is this even reverted? So I'm not sure it's downloaded the revert, and I think I'm still on the other version. Let's have a look, see here. Production. Maybe, maybe not. know I'm on the public version because I checked it before I set the stream up. So I made that mistake before I filmed a video from the wrong version and got into I didn't get into trouble, but I sort of checked afterwards. I was like, oh, oops. But there was nothing really groundbreaking. I hadn't shown off anything that wasn't in the game or anything like that. So no harm, no foul on that one. It was only a 1, and it was a long time ago. So since then, I have been a bit more careful about checking which version I'm running. Pretty sure if it didn't have the GPS, it would tell me the version number down there in the left corner. But, poor roller. Looks so dinky next to this thing. I want a roller based on this chassis. I know why that doesn't exist though, and that's because the smoothing tool is quite high memory use. So I think as it goes around editing and everything, at one point you could use the smoothing tool to crash the game because the hand smoothing tool was a lot more aggressive than the current shovel. It was just a matter of click to smooth, and then it was hold down, click to smooth. You could wave it over a cliff that's dug up like this one and get rid of all those little sort of textural bumps. But the speed that you were modifying voxels, your computer could probably keep up with it, but I don't think the actual game's engine could. So that was a bit of a laugh sometimes. Be like modify, 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 crash. But it wasn't all the time. But smoothing out the cliffs and getting rid of the shadowing can really help if you've got sort of a graphics loading situation. I tend to run the game in full daylight with no night mode, and with the sun, I think, stationary. Basically, time doesn't move. So thereby moving shadows from the sun movement and that kind of thing aren't as much of a problem. I do the same thing in Space Engineers by slowing down the days to like 4 hourly, and that means the sun's not moving as quickly, which means the recalculations are not as big. There's not as many happening at a time. And it seems to help. I may be wrong. It might just be delaying the problem. But yeah. It's funny how many games have got instabilities still in them after a lot of development. SE's one. This is a bit different because this one's still a very young game. But there are several other games out there with major memory leaks in that need looking at, and it seems like the developer just doesn't care how much resources he's using with his program. And that's fine, but not everyone's got the top of the line stuff. And if you want to sell a game, it needs to work on everybody's computer, which is why the consoles question in my last session is fairly relevant. If it will run on a console, then it should run very smoothly on a PC. Starting to yawn. Maybe I'm lacking in sugar. It's possible. Kind of getting a craving for cereal. That is about as high as that's going to cut, that little peak in the middle there. So I'm about at the full depth that I can go into the hill on this cut. So it's a matter of building another floor higher up to support the machine, move the hopper forward, or build the floor back to over this hopper and go for it again. See the overhang starting to form at the top there? I go up there with a little loader and just push it out. But I won't be. We don't, realistically at the moment, this is quite a big area to dig out. I've been bigger, of course I have, but I'm working alone. And if I want to go down into the rock, then I'm going to have to either go down or go forward, one of the two. And going forward means going down at this point, so may as well stop here and just keep going down and then build the mine forward. Put in new floors, destroy everything, start again. Everything near the digging zone is temporary. The only permanent buildings you have are where the processor are. Even those don't have to be permanent. You can put a small processor to just sort the pay dirt straight away through a wash plant and then dump it into a dumper and take it away to a main processor. Because that way you can extract the soil and not have to carry that. It's just the valuables, which works quite well. So yeah, a few different ways you can run this game in multiplayer now. Might open it up for the fans. I know there's getting about an average of around 30 views on the streams at the moment. They've only been up a couple of days, so if I were to open it up to the public, as it were, I don't think we'd be overloaded. But, I'm sure if anyone wants to join in, they'll let me know. I don't actually have a personal save of Out of Ore at the moment. I got rid of most of them. Mate's PC just I think it's Skyrim he's playing, and it's just crashed it so bad he had to sign out of his account and sign in again. If it is a Windows update, it's a day early. Or if Windows does need an update, I'm not sure, but going up there and take the top of that off first of all, if I can. Just realised there's a lumber rock sticking out. I suppose I should really start up my Xbox at some point, throw in a copy of Skyrim and see if it still works. They're old now. Very old Xboxes. I would let go of them, but with the game collection I've got for them, it is really worth keeping hold. Because I've got 2 copies of each game for head-to-head gaming and that kind of thing. Not every game, obviously, because a lot of them are single player. Just checking messages. Sounds like that game has a memory leak. Judging by what it just did to his computer. Looks like a regular backup save job if I get into that game. Bit like how this game used to be, Railroads used to be. The 5-minute autosave in Space Engineers means that it's not as big a problem. I wish you could change that somewhere. Don't know if there's a setting for that. Autosave interval in Space Engineers. Yeah. If it's not in the original settings, I'm sure someone's modded it. Front end fell in a hole as I went into the wall. Crunch. Big square hole. Ooh, that's a nasty voxel pinnacle just there. It might be that I hit. Where was that there? Those are bad. Those little thin bits. They can really mess you up in later times. You get one little voxel somewhere on like a road. You're driving along, you don't know it's there, and whack. There's a few games like that. Space Engineers is bad. One little voxel and it just rips through the middle of your ship and takes out a load of components. Which is the other one that's bad for that. There's a couple of other games that do it, but I can't think of them off the top of my head, or they may well be gone now. Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head. But I played a lot of early access voxel games that no longer exist, so... He's going to bed, and that's probably a smart move at 2 in the morning. There we go. It's funny, I should be absolutely knackered. I've had 4 hours sleep in the past 24. No, 48. I should be ready for bed. Don't understand that. I've had 8 hours sleep in the last 72. Yay. When preparation meets challenge, I knew there was a reason I did all that partying hard in my teenage years. So, yeah. Right. See where this has got me. How much money has this made then? Steps to nowhere. Oh, okay. That's done pretty well. That's done pretty well. Put some more of this on. 2k gold per one. Got 3 more. Should need 6k. Go back to the inventory. Let's grab some gold bars. Just see how many we've made. Then it's time for me to take a coffee break. Maybe get some food as well. But I think with how long these are taking to run, I'm going to have to leave it running. Because even these have got... It's nearly 10 hours. Like, yeah, that's 8 hours easy. Just insane. Hope you don't need too much of that stuff for manufacturing purposes. So yeah, can be used to make things or sold. Considering how much of it I can get, considering how much coal there is, do some selling. Someone to do, all right. That's 6,000 pieces of coal. Typical. Get rid of them. All right. Okie dokie. That's that bit done. Get some more cash in. Back up to 2 mil. All to the good. Sit square to the screen. Things I want to do to those doctors, I'm telling you. Things I want to do to those doctors. It is not healthy to think about, but Okay, there is something I find more annoying than using the excavator, and it's using this. I want cruise control. Wonder if there is a cruise control or a throttle lock. I'll have to find out. Funny thing about the compactor is under certain circumstances it builds up ground. But only certain circumstances. Like if you get too close into an edge that's cut square like that, you'll see it build out a little bit each time. So it would take a 90-degree and turn it into a 45 for you, which if you ran the rolls square in, it would do that. So okay, there's no difference in speed forward or backward. I can just run backwards and forwards across the map. Doesn't matter. Okay. Suppose I could start getting the grader out and have a go. I know where that leads. It leads to big scraping holes in the deck. That's where the scraper goes. I do like the scrapers though. I will get one out again eventually. As to what to do with that top bit. Probably nothing for the moment. I should probably concentrate on going downhill. Or at least cutting this back into the hill, whichever way you look at it. I'll do that when I come back in. Assuming I do go outside, I might just make a sandwich. Sandwich, cereal. It's a bit late in the night to do some baking. If you fall asleep whilst it's in the oven, you're screwed. Baking's a morning thing. Which I should really be getting some kit, because my mother did say she wanted to do some baking. Between the lines, that means I need your help with baking. But yeah, classic dealing with a woman, always got to look between the lines. My apologies to any females who are watching, but having been injured by one and having been cheated on by several, I'm not very impressed with you lot. I know that blokes aren't innocent either, don't worry, but in my case, I really didn't do much to deserve it. Always had respect, always done the right thing, blah-de-blah. I cheated once when I was a teenager, but it wasn't a serious relationship, so why worry? Any time that there was any kind of pregnancy involved, she had an abortion without telling me she was pregnant. I found out off her best friend. So yeah. When I say I found out, I was just told, I didn't ask. So yeah, it's all a bit... I mean, I'm worrying a bit about insulting women, but judging by the analytics on YouTube, no women watch my channel, unless you're an actual member, because I think it's nearly 100% male, my viewing audience. I don't mind that. Boys are allowed to have clubs, aren't we? It's tough cool. And I worry about what I say quite a lot online and on YouTube and stuff, but other than losing subscribers, I don't really worry about it too much, in the fact that it's just talk, and you're going to have to go through 6 hours of streaming to find it. And it is just talk. Like there are so many people out there who are way more of a problem than I am, believe me. Believe me. A lot of them seem to work for the local council. Then there's traffic wardens. Mind you, to be fair, other than one ticket that I thought was a bit unfair, I've never had any trouble with traffic wardens. They're normally pretty reasonable. It might just be because they spend most of their time looking up my nostrils. I've never met a really tall one. I don't think it's because they're scared of my size. I think they're just worried I'm going to sneeze on them because I'm constantly full of muck from all of the perfumes I have to smell everywhere. Don't do that, I'll drown you in what's in my sinuses. Mind you, with what they're saying about proteins actually transmitting Alzheimer's and stuff between patients on blood transfusions, the chances of getting proteins into you from somebody else and catching something nasty look like a lot higher than they used to. Yeah, it makes my theory that the HPV virus, when they give the vaccination for to the ladies for the cervical cancer, I've got a feeling that's responsible for prostate cancer. And other scientists out there are coming around to my way of thinking because I think they're looking into it. And it may well cause a lot of other nasty viruses as well. So, you know, you might get a minor virus, but later on it develops inside you into something nastier. We just don't know. We don't know enough about it. They went running around giving everyone a vaccine that's full of foreign DNA without any clue of what was going on. And apparently the government put 1.7 billion aside for people injured by the vaccine. So where's my cut, bitches? But there we go. You may wonder why I'm driving around there. I'm going to turn the vibro off because there's a couple of peaks along here I can't reach with the loader, and I'm not that interested in going back into them, so I'm just going to go across here and take them out. That one's low enough to be removed by the loader. But that one is a schmuck. Don't know why I'm so fond of the word schmuck today. Perhaps it's that kind of a day. It's a Wednesday, yeah. So it is now Thursday, so smack. Feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole. Watch as the ground disappears from under the rolls. Yeah, there it goes. Just smooths it all out nicely. Do this bit as well. Yeah, I knew this one was coming. Yeah. Rampage. Gotta love stuff like that. What on earth is going on here? That's better. Key got stuck on accelerate and left. I'm just glad it wasn't on vibro. So those are still turning, so you can see really how heavily you can load the hopper system. Now, I don't know if that's because these hoppers are acting as a delay mechanism or what. It doesn't look that way. I'll check the other end. You can see through there. No, doesn't like it. I was actually expecting them to stop running by now. Okie dokie. $1.9 mil. don't think that even gets me a dumper truck. Six, 4, 3. So 3.5 is the minimum for 100 meters capacity. And this beast has got a 26.5 meter bucket, so it'll be about 4 buckets full per 100 meters. Okay, it's not so bad. Wrong way round. Try that. There we go. It's a lot of production time waiting there. Don't see a lot of dirt going through there. Oh, there's this one. Crump. Right. Siggy time. I can see this machine getting rebuilt. I don't like not being able to monitor everything. Oh. See how it looks from the towel. That'll be the trick. It's running over there, or should be. It looks like we're running pure cold at the moment. So many gullies, so many peaks, so many hills. I appear to be stuck on Gold Mountain. There is a lot of coal in this mountain. At this point, anyway. Okay. Yes. That's good. That's fine then. Left a message. Okay. Oh. What's that? Oh, well. Back again. Back in the room. Back in the room. It is not a very nice evening outside. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. It is cold, it is misty, it is not very nice. So yeah, we're into the phase of the game where it's just dig for victory now. Need to get some cash together for equipment. Got the processor up and running. It's all good. So I'm going to probably stay a bit more quiet now and get digging. hair irritating my ear. I really need a haircut. Another load of coal there. So this entire hillside looks like it's full of coal. No bad thing. Sorry if you're wondering what the funny looks are. I'm not sure if it's noises in the game, or whether it's something in my house. I live in a household where noise is bad. See how it goes. I want to get into this one, dig. One of the reasons why I stream a lot at night is because it's generally the only time where I can really concentrate on it. You know, get a session on. So yeah. Can't believe I'm being irritated by my own hair. Definitely needs a trim. Oh, I'm alive in here, so alive in here. I take my time here, so alive in here, so very This is killing me. You say makes me complete. I'll cancel out and rendered obsolete. Tell him that comedian he's not welcome. I know what I'm looking for. Somewhere close, somewhere safe. A lithium seems what I need if I want the big dumper truck. Aye, come on. There we go. More coal. Oh my gosh. There is coal all over the place on this hillside. I really did pick it. That or there's just coal all over the map. It's the first time I've been in this map, so I haven't really got much knowledge. If I'd played Coal Plant or Mining Town, then I'd have known where I'm at, but this is all brand new. I'm kind of enjoying it. not knowing anything, and with all the trees around, and yeah, it's nice. I should play one of the older maps just for old time's sake, I guess. think I might have just worked my machine a bit. Hard drive just fired up big style then. I wonder if building terrain is still the thing that breaks the game. Something to think about. Not really relevant now, but when you start road building, it might be important to use small machinery so that there's not too many terrain edits and it doesn't screw everything up. Because if you think about it, the game's file has to update every time you cut, every time you plant material, as it were. So when I cut, map edits. When I spill, map edits. Do enough of that at once, memory leak. Or over memory. That would make sense why I had a memory management problem. Makes a lot of sense, actually. Know that one. That's the Pride. Definitely Death Punch and the Pride. How much coal is there on this hill? Doodah. Doodah. dread to think how long those middle sorting drums are going to run for. A long time is probably the answer. This machine's going to be spitting coal for the next hour. It really is. Just the Boeing. That's all right. I love it early in the morning here. We get a lot of heavy aircraft from Heathrow and Gatwick, so it's a bit noisy between 4 and 6 a.m. A little bit early, I think. Oh no, it is gone 4. That would explain why the heavy jets are coming over. So your 3:30 in the morning flight to wherever from Heathrow? Yeah. You're shaking my house early morning. Thanks. Don't worry. I actually kind of like seeing them go over. I'm a bit of a plane spotter, so at night it's not so good, but during the day it's kind of funny. We have a maintenance facility nearby, so they go around in circles and drop their landing gear, flip their wings around, do maneuvers. Sometimes they look like they're going to crash. Hope that doesn't happen. I saw what happened at Lockerbie. We drove past it very shortly after it happened, on the way to Scotland for a holiday, and the damage was way worse than what you see in the TV footage. There was just bits and pieces in the woods and all sorts everywhere. It was horrible. And I was very young. Guess these are the things that form a personality. Cool, the tree line's starting to thin out. That means getting up near the top. Frame rate's jumping about a bit. That's quite interesting. Might just be because I'm streaming, but no, it's related to the terraforming. Yeah, it's when the dirt goes out the bucket, when it forms on the ground. Getting on time for another coffee. My mouth's drying out. Definitely getting on for another coffee. Sorry for the looping around and probably making everyone feel a bit sick, but just checking how smooth the ground is near me. The answer is reasonable. That gives me ideas. Aye. Reminds me of one of my earlier maps where I tunneled in under a floor like this. It's good. Definitely need coffee. Really drying out. Wow. Okay. These are all still running. 3.9 mil. Okay. They're all charged up. Till I start finding iron, there is just no point in getting into any of the other crafting. There's no point at all. That loader is filthy. Time for another break. Nothing else. I need to stretch my legs and get the blood going. That angle is never going to work. Try that. I just trailed lumps of stuff everywhere. Sure of it. Nope. Okay. That's good. One of these has got less than the rest in it. Is that one? Either I'm having a massive food craving or I'm having some kind of something. I can smell stew. Beef stew. We had that a few days ago. 3.9. Awesome. So that means I can have a 200. Okay. A bit more coal come in. They're still turning. Right. Spade is that one. Probably is just that bit over there. Get off the slope and get some speed up. cigar coming out. And we'll be for a little while. Now that's interesting. Strange pattern in the coal. I wonder if these coal seam go all the way to that mountain. And that way down there. I reckon they stop somewhere here. Got to. Really. Yeah. So I've actually made a visible dent on the map. All to the good. Check the messages. Right. Definitely time for coffee. Oh. Gotta leave it running, because like the amount of time it takes those things to process, it's either parallel processing massive amounts. These crafting tables are the one bit of this game which really gets on my B cups, you know what I mean? We need blast furnaces fed by the conveyors from hoppers. There's no way around it. That better be coming. check that as well. All good. Yeah, all good. Oh. Oh, crikey. It's 5:20 in the morning. That's me just gamed all night. Again. Third night in a row. Hey. Gonna have to straighten my life out. Still, on the bright side, I can stay up gaming all night because I don't have a wife who's going to get annoyed with me, which is all good. More than one of my friends has to end his gaming sessions because the girlfriend says no. So, but yeah, I'm going to probably take 20 minutes or so for a cup of coffee. Might come back with some food as well. The obligatory nicotine fix ad for me. Gotta quit it. Still. Tell you what else is bad for you. The COVID vaccine. I wish I'd never had that thing. And I wouldn't have if the government hadn't lied to us and told us that we wouldn't be able to work in houses all over the country and old people's homes and stuff. And my job involved that. So I went and got the vaccine. And then they didn't bring the law in. So even if I hadn't been made ill, it wouldn't have given me any advantage in the marketplace. And yeah, you could say, oh, but you won't get ill with COVID. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't have the full doses. I never had a booster. I've had COVID. I've had worse colds. Bloody joke. I'm sure if you're vulnerable, it's quite risky, but going to be honest, if you're the vulnerable type, you wouldn't have made it past birth anyway in the real world, because we don't live in the real world. Science saves us. Medicine saves us. Think about how many children that are born wouldn't have made it past the first 6 months without the incubator. Yeah. Just take the safety labels off of everything and that will cure the surplus population very quickly. I wish we could get away with that. And before you look at me funny or hate on me, I grew up in a world without safety labels. They came out around the time that I stopped being stupid enough to stick my hands into moving objects and stuff, you know what I mean? And when I say stupid people, I mean, who's silly enough to use a pillar drill without tying their hair back? Because that happened to a girl in front of me at my school. That was horrible. That's what I mean by take the safety labels and the stop buttons off. Never mind. That isn't what I meant to do. I wonder what lovely headline I'm going to have from my lovely government this morning. Hopefully it'll be the sign of the Prime Minister quitting. That'd be great. That'd be a great thing to wake up to. Oh, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be that good because that'd be like 6 Prime Ministers' salaries and pensions that we'll have had in like 5 years. But yeah. Maybe they should only be able to claim their salary and all that kind of thing if they serve their full term. That'd be kind of funny. They keep coming up with new taxes for the people. let's come up with some new hoops for them to jump through. Such as when you're elected Prime Minister, you have to completely exempt yourself from all family, social life, business, everything, and commit yourself to the country for the next 5 years. Ooh, bet they wouldn't want to be Prime Minister then. If it was basically 5 years of prison time. Might have a leader who is actually interested in their job instead of gallivanting around the world on a jet wrecking the living environment, but hey. So I suppose he's in good company there because you got Taylor Swift doing it as well. Don't care how many carbon credits she bought, she's still making a mess. Is it Taylor Swift? Yeah, I think it's Taylor Swift who has a fascination for English fish and chips. She hasn't tried the ones around here. They're horrible. They're absolutely terrible. It must be London that gets the good fish and chip shops. I could really go for a battered haggis, chips and gravy. Oh, yeah. Messages replied to. All good. Finish rolling this up. Okay. We'll try that again. Can't even roll up. That's not good. It means I'm probably going to burn myself on the kettle, cut myself whilst cutting cheese, and come back here looking like I've been in a fight. There it is. Righty then. I should get a board that just hangs over the camera with the words "Gone for coffee." That'd be an idea. Maybe like one of those clapper boards for the films. To be fair, getting a clapper board to start, that isn't a bad idea. How many other YouTube videos start the video with one of those clapperboard things? BigClive.com. He starts with one of them sometimes. There are a lot of tangled cables around here. It's not good. Not good at all. Wow, that's still running. I guess I got a lot into that machine. A lot. Okay. Around there. Keep these topped off whilst I remember. I shall have to, when I'm not streaming, when I take a nap, I'm going to load this game up and let these run. Because there's 6 hours in 4 of these. An industrial gem polisher would also be something that would be good on the list. May as well have the additional money for completing the mission. Yes, it's just three chunks for base load. Definitely a problem with these. They used to disappear when you complete them. So might have to mention that today to the team. See how we get on. I'm going to sell off this gold. So close to having a reasonable cushion of cash that may as well finish it off. Is there any for gold here? No, there are no missions for gold. Okay. Gold looks like a pure profit material. Okay. Pure profit material is getting sold. Nice. Okay, I've got enough cash for the dumper now. So I think it's time to start leveling this area out a bit. I'm going to start on this side. Just for chucks. or for gigs or whatever they say. So we do have some levels there, but they're not very good levels at all. No, okay. That's the way it's going to play it. That's the way it's going to play it. That's a level bucket. Okay. And now the reason I was messing around putting the hopper here and everything becomes clear, I guess. Because it's the pace you can start hauling stuff in from close to the hopper that really starts to up the money. Just need a little more space on this floor in the middle here, I think. As the musician Gina G might say, just a little bit more. Yeah, so this is, I'm starting to use the GPS now for this kind of job. Even if you haven't got it set completely correctly, it gives you a level. You can do it by eye, of course. I've done a lot of this by eye before the GPS ever came into the game. So the GPS was in the game, it just didn't work, which was quite entertaining in one of the early iterations of the game. It was quite entertaining. In fact, it was very entertaining. Sorry, the look of horror on my face was the noise that the vehicle outside just made in the road. I'm sure they just came off the road and hit the wall and went back on the road. Along with a massive stomp on the accelerator. That was quite a grinding noise. Oh well. Ah. Might also have been the pickup truck that lives up the road. If he's got something in the bed when he hit the brakes and it slid forward, that would do it. Normally it's empty and it goes crash crash over the speed humps, but there was no crash crash, so maybe it's full. You can say. It's very weird living in a small village, and there's a pattern to a lot of things. The only thing there isn't a pattern to sometimes is the random stuff, and we had something random happen a little while back. A young member of the village who grew up here got involved in a little bit of criminality involving a cash point up at the local shop, along with I think they were a Polish gang. And yeah, so that wasn't a good one. And the same shop on Sunday had a very violent man decide to ask for the contents of the tills and all the scratch cards and for the lottery and all the tobacco that he could cram into his pockets whilst kicking things and breaking stuff and being quite violent towards the staff. Gonna be honest, considering how often it seems to be Poles, Albanians, Lithuanians, starting to wonder whether that Schengen agreement thing from the EU was ever a good idea. Free movement. There is no such thing. At least there isn't in the UK. Doesn't matter how much free movement you want to say. You still got to swim to get out of here. Otherwise, you're going to pay someone to get on a ferry. You know what I mean? Everyone wonders why the English are hard fighters. It's because in this country, there's nowhere to run to. Eventually, you're going to come up against the sea, so you may as well turn around and fight without being tired from the running. But still, they'll soon learn. Because things are starting to pop here. Probably all right coming here as a tourist, but I wouldn't want to live here right now. I mean, I do, but I was born here. It's different. Living here, I might think twice. It's a bit like moving to Canada. It's a lovely place. People are great. But the taxation and the economy, I mean, geez. I heard from someone that if you don't earn like something like $76,000 or something and you live on Vancouver Island, the government calls you a criminal, or basically thinks you're a criminal, which I can sort of relate to that, because if you live in London and you don't earn 50k a year, you're a subspecies of human. So the rest of the country's lucky if they earn 25, but in London you can double your wages just because it's London. But you need to. The rent's ridiculous. One bedroom flat is about twice the expense that it would be around here. Around here they aren't cheap. So, yeah. I wonder if this will do the Hobbit thing and spread the load. Share the load, Frodo. Right. I don't know if that's going to make any difference to which machines get stuff in them, but see how it goes. It's just an experiment. Stuff hits it, but it just appears to disappear. No, they fired up, so that does work. Okay. This is a new one I'm experimenting with, if you're watching now. This might be a method to spread your ore as it goes into the hopper and save a load of splitters and mergers and that kind of thing. Let's have a little look-see, see what goes on. Probably will end up in one on this side now. See how it goes. It's probably inherently wasteful or something. It's got more of them turning than were before, so I'm going to stick with it for the moment. Please don't make me build the 6-way machine. I don't want to build the 6-way machine. I might have to. Those hours should have kicked off by now. I don't think that's working. I have to. Yeah. Oh. Okay. That's not getting out of that too easy. Sort that loader out in a minute. First heavy of the morning. That just shook the whole house. Good old 40-ton truck doing about 50. It's only a 30-mile-an-hour limit. What I was saying about people blaming dangerous roads instead of dangerous people. Juggernaut through a small road is a dangerous person. Still, people like having their things delivered by Amazon and all of that kind of thing, so the trucks have got to go. But oh no, we want a nice quiet village with really slow traffic. Are you going to put up with the slow delivery times? If the entire world goes this way? The whole point of building a modern efficient road system is so that things move around quickly. The lack of logic of these woolly-minded environmental liberals is just sickening. Build a nice, smooth, high-speed road system. Educate people that, a bit like trains, you shouldn't be on the road. And that includes freaking cyclists. And before anyone says anything, I'm an ex-downhill mountain biker. I don't like cycling on the road. When I get to dodgy junctions, I actually get on the pavement and dismount and walk around because it's safer. And when I say dodgy junctions, there's a few around here. Places where if you pull over to the right to make a right turn, someone is just going to wipe you out. Especially at the roundabouts. Roundabouts are dangerous. Tell it's coming around to 6 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly it's got cold. As the body goes, yep, this is the low moment. There is 2 low moments in the day. One is 6 a.m, one is 6 p.m. Isn't it funny how, 6 a.m. is the time most people have to get up for work, which is the lowest point of their day. And you finish work just in time for your lowest point of your day. So it's not like the employers like driving you downhill. But that's better. Funny thing is, it's actually warming up outside, which makes me think it's probably going to rain. Oh yeah, got to sort that out. Probably not going to be able to do anything with this against that. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Should allow me to get off there. Method. Yeah, the morning hate is definitely starting. Revving engines and speeding cars. Give it another hour or so, and that lovely neighbour opposite with the noisy exhaust car will start it up and leave it running to warm up. Then when he revs it, all of the windows and metalwork in my house start shaking. I'm thinking about returning the favour with, an old jet engine like off of a Lightning II. It's rated as one of the noisiest jets on the planet, so perhaps that would do the job. Failing that, I'm going to install some kind of power turbine system, something that whines continuously, supplies our house with electricity for free, and really annoys the neighbours, and they can't complain about it because it's no worse than an air source heating system. Because if they force us to have an air source heating system in this house, it's going to cost a bomb in electricity. Utter bomb. And it's not going to give instant heat like our current heating does for a couple of hours and then turn it off. We'd have to repipe and re-insulate the entire blasted house. It's a joke. Oh, and they don't work in cold weather either. So yeah. Electricity costs carbon to manufacture. Methane can be produced by bacteria and algae. Methane is not a fossil fuel. It's only a fossil fuel if you get it from oil. fracking, I'm looking at you. Of course, once these lovely Europeans who are going to start feeding cattle with an additive that stops them producing methane, you're not going to be able to use cattle slurry in a bioconverter, because if you put it in there, it will kill off all your methane producing bacteria. Aren't they clever? When I get hold of that clever person, I'm going to take a massive pair of steel pliers and I'm going to crush every round object on their body. And that's nearly a direct quote from the engineer on the submarine Red October in the film Hunt for Red October, when he finds a piece of sabotage. Might not be in the film, might only be in the book, but either way, Melican is not happy. Mind you, I'd be pretty annoyed if I was the chief engineer to find someone had sabotaged my ship. The fact that Melican set it up to convince all of the other young officers that that's what happened, so that they didn't figure out Ramius was defecting. And of course, simulating a reactor leak so that everyone's nervous, so that when you set off the alarms for a reactor breach, everyone just wants off the ship. It's a stroke of genius. Probably wouldn't work on a British or an American nuclear boat, but Russian ones are known for leaking. Kind of ironic, really. Anti-gun that Alec Baldwin has been waving guns in movies for most of my life. And then he gets involved in a negligent discharge like that. Unreal. Can't believe that the Armourer actually had live rounds on a set where they were banned. I think if you're going to take live rounds onto a film set and you're going to be using blanks, maybe you should paint the live ones so that they're red. But hey, like I said, different attitude to firearms in the UK. I've just gone a little bit deep there. See how that looks. Funny thing is, if the Alec Baldwin trial had happened in the UK, he'd probably have been held up on charges of corporate manslaughter, because I believe he was the director and everything, so he's top of the tree. He'd have been busted just like her. Yeah, there goes the motorcyclist with the noisy exhaust pipe. Another socially responsible creature. Loud pipes save lives, not if your neighbours kill you for waking them up at 6 in the morning on a Sunday. Besides, if you need loud pipes to save your life, you're not a good biker. Never understood why everyone thinks it's a car driver's responsibility for a biker's safety. Bikers chose the bike. They chose bikes because they enjoy riding them on the roads. They're having their fun on the public highway, which is kind of a no-no. Do a bit of a rotate there. That's better. Take the strain off my left shoulder. I'm back on duty. Off call and back on duty. Yeah, that terrain's horrible. I've been wondering what has been making a clinking noise whenever I do certain things with this vehicle. It's my mouse cable clinking against the set of pliers that are resting against another one. Thought it was a sound effect in the game of the gear change. Oh well. That didn't go so good. Went straight in. Oh, I see. So when I spill reversing, it puts balls all over the deck and makes little lumps. But if I do the same thing next to the face, it doesn't do a thing. Grr. I suppose if I stay awake all day, it'll reset my sleep pattern, alright. I keep on staying up later and later and going to bed in the middle of the day and sleeping shorter and shorter and getting up at the same time. Not good. There is a deficit there that needs recovery. I totally want a compactor based on the chassis of that big thing. 2345 or whatever it is. 2435. 2385. 2485. I want a chassis of a roller based on that loader. I want it to be massive. That or one you can stick on the tow hitch to extend it. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, I think that just about covers it. Better. Ah, finally, there's the terrain reform. Those two middle machines are going to run for ages. It's good that I needed to leave it running for the crafting tables. That's kind of handy. Rogue foxhole. There it is. Which bit's gone? Which bit is broken? It'll be the injector. Just the injector. Okay. I only buy the high quality gear when you're doing these repairs because they will last longer and save you having to do it all the time, and the price difference is nothing. The other thing is, if the entire vehicle's got lots of worn products, don't hesitate. Just replace a lot. There's a saying amongst various trades, don't hesitate, medicate. Which means that it doesn't matter what you've done, get some treatment on it fast. It's pretty similar here. Don't hesitate. Upgrade. Because those upgrades will last longer and it's your vehicle. If you're intending to sell the vehicle, well, I don't get why, but once you've bought them normally, unless you need to save some inventory space somewhere, but you can always park up a truck and put them in that inventory, or you can even put them in storage boxes, or you used to be able to. I shall have to check. Good point. I wonder if that'll actually still work through concrete. Oh, it still works through concrete. That's funny. You can go in one of these against a flat concrete wall, a vertical one, like against this cliff, and just scrape the bucket up the cliff and get a certain amount of material from the other side because of the long reach on the bucket. So it can be handy as a way of clearing stuff out from behind walls that's sticking through into like the hopper and catching dirt and forming ground against the side of the hopper. Excellent move with an excavator, especially a small one. What I call hopper clearing, but it's not as necessary now as it used to be. Sometimes you get it where the hoppers down in the bottom, they just start filling up with solid dirt. Yeah, they're a bit more self-clearing now than they used to be, which is handy. Yeah, got all four spinning finally. Right then, let's go see what's going on with the materials. How much have we got out of that little lot? I reckon they're going to spin for the next hour or two. Oh. Let's see what's going on around here. Plenty of gold. If you're wondering why I'm not nodding my head, I think it's Alan Walker. Faded. Not normally my thing, but you know. only 100 left on them. No, that one's all right. That one's all right. That one's all right. So that's the one there. When you cancel an order, the ore will automatically end up in the inventory, not your inventory. Which can be handy to know. Okay. Stopped already, but never mind. Go back up here and have a quick look. That is starting to look more quarry-like. I like it. Once it's dug all the way back to that mountain, it's going to look really nice. Okay. The ultimate spot for the processor? I think that is the starting spawn location, roughly on that hill, just roughly speaking. Might be a little bit further down the valley, but not by much. Yeah. Okay. Manual save, whilst I remember. The last one was at 4:30 in the morning. So yeah, it's definitely time for another break. Coffee time. And I got to make my mum a cup of tea. It's 8 o'clock. I meant to do that at 7. Oh, well. Let's have a quick check of the stream's health. I'll say I'll be back soon. I'll be back when I've left. Still need to rock. So it's already quite lost it, so I put those results. Yeah. Should really spend more time on my own Discord than my mates, but mine's not very active. Not deliberately. Just a lack of things to say in the last year. Oh, I'm not wearing the mic. Oh. Probably can still hear me.
vampire in me as a shrivel.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. Looking a little tatty because I've been awake for 24 hours now. Just had a ping from the devs. Looks like they're working hard on the version that was meant to be out yesterday and got pulled. I should really get the other version back up online and test, but I'm enjoying myself too much doing this. So. Still not stopped. If I keep cutting that corner, I am going to put this machine in the hole. Wondered why I had a cold hand. Forgot to put the glove on the other hand. Daft. That's what I didn't do when I was on break. I meant to get something to eat. Ay, 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 ay. Oh well, keep going for a bit longer. Gonna have to shut down at some point anyway, because everything's saying it needs an update. Start to remember how to use these hoppers again now. It's all coming back to me. It's only taken, what, 16 hours of gameplay? Something like that. I'd have to go back over the streams, because the only bit of gameplay was the first sort of half hour or so, where I was running over here from down in the valley and picking the spot, which I thought would be pretty boring on the stream. Cutting out a few trees and getting all set up and everything. It's something that everyone does in their own way, and how to do that bit is pretty easy, because it's a sorter and a sales point and a hopper. That's all you need, and a wash plant if you're up for it. But when you start a new game, your rank won't be as high as mine was when this was started, so you probably wouldn't even need to worry about that gear. That's right, yeah. If I leave it a few more minutes before I go get breakfast, I can get all the ingredients out for the baking. Gonna make a lardy cake, gonna make some fresh bread. It's gonna be good. Just wish when I thought about good things, my chest didn't feel like someone just slammed a door in there. Jeez. think I finally chatted myself out. I've been so chatty because I haven't been out in 5 years. Might be because I'm tired. Get square to the TV. There we go. Already? Man. I'm going to have to move that fuel tank. That will get the fuel truck, one of the two. Probably. I'll just drive down there again. It's easier.
No, 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 no.
There we go. Oh, that's a lot of coal. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Figures.